That was quite something. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about.
It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. That was quite something. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about.
It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. That was quite something. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about. That was quite something.
It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about. That was quite something. It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about. That was quite something. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
It appears we are almost ready to depart. It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me all the time.
Oh, Eleazar!
George, glad my rather cryptic description of our location did not thwart your finding us.
I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatre-goers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received your owl, I must say I...
Best not speak here, Eleazar.
Of course. Why don't we speak en route to Hogwarts? We have a start-of-term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to.
Wonderful idea! As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Not at all, sir.
After you.
Ages since I've been to the castle. Would be good to see the old pile of rocks. Glad I caught you before you left for Scotland.
Just barely.
And who is your traveling companion?
A new student.
New?
Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a 5th year.
How extraordinary.
It is indeed. None of the faculty has ever heard of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late.
Nor have I.
Of course, as the other 5th years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better mentor. Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard.
Mr. Osric is prone to flattery. I dare say it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the Ministry.
Have you seen this?
I have. Opinions differ as to how great a threat Ranrock really is.
Although I've yet to convince my colleagues at the Ministry, I believe he is a significant threat. And it was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago.
Miriam? How?
She wrote to me about Ranrock before she died, wondering what the Ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this. It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via her owl, but with no correspondence. I can only assume
That she had to get rid of it quickly. To keep it safe.
presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is powerful indeed.
It looks like goblin metal. That symbol.
What's that glow?
I don't see a glow.
Nor do I. Merlin's beard. How did you...
Wait! We do need to know.
Hang on! Yeah! Yeah! The key! Give me your hand!
Are you all right? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a second.
What happened?
Poor George. I can't believe he... What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never...
Professor? Sir, where are we?
I'm not sure. But that key you discovered was clearly a port key.
Port key.
An item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
I'm feeling better, sir, if you'd like to look around a bit.
I would. But stay close. We've no idea who created this port key. Or why.
far did that portkey take us?
Farther from London than the carriage travelled. We're somewhere in the Scottish Highlands.
Sir, those ruins. Do you
The
think...
portkey was meant to lead us there? I do. This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that portkey to George for a reason. And I believe that she, and now George, died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right, and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be. Mind your step.
Where do you suppose your wife got the portkey that brought us here?
A good question. Miriam spent years searching for evidence of a long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
Ancient magic?
Yes, a powerful magic wielded by a rare few that seems to have been lost to time. Hogwarts Castle was built by, and is itself a stronghold of that ancient magic. I don't know where she came into possession of the portkey, but I am certain it was to do with that search. Ah, there's the path down below. This way.
But sir, why was your wife searching for evidence of lost magic?
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Is that ice?
It's not cold enough here. It appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing. Focus on the center. Excellent! That was a bit rougher than I'd expected. Your wand work's improving with every cast.
Thank you, sir.
Ah! Up there! We're close now. It's just ahead. Steady yourself! Reparo! Almost there.
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy. That portkey led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
Professor, this statue...
This may have been his home.
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking? Professor, it's a mural of some kind.
Perhaps our host was a noted seer. Interesting.
What's this? Professor Fig!
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
name? Godric's heart.
Where are we?
I don't believe it.
Hello?
It can't be. Just a moment. Ooh. Where are we here? Welcome to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Vault number 12, I presume. Precisely. The key?
Your wife's portkey.
Oh, yes, of course.
This way, then.
Stay close.
After you. Keep your hands inside the cart if you don't wish to lose them.
How many vaults are there in Gringotts?
Hundreds. In fact, you'll see quite a few on our way to vault number 12. As we speak, we're just beneath the main lobby. The vaults you see now are the newest.
Are private entrances to the bank common at Gringotts?
They are most uncommon. Only one with great wealth or power, or both, could have arranged for such a service. You'll want to take a breath.
A what? That waterfall washes away all enchantments. It's a security measure.
Experienced the thief's downfall before, have you?
Heard of it?
These are the lower vaults that we're passing now.
How deep are we going?
Vault number 12 was commissioned shortly after Gringotts was founded over 4 centuries ago. It resides in the deepest part of the bank. Settle in. We've quite a distance to go.
Vault number?
Vault 12. Momentous day.
On your way.
Professor, the armband that guard was wearing was glowing.
Like the glow you saw on the portkey container?
No, darker. I saw that same glow on the dragon's collar.
Yeah, what was that?
We were just wondering about that goblin back there.
He watches over the oldest section of the bank.
Rare anyone goes there anymore. Here we are.
When was the last time this vault was accessed?
A goblin has been stationed at my desk for hundreds of years. In that time, no one has visited Vault 12 until today. Vault 12.
Thank you for your help.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
I'm not sure. Sir, I wonder if you
The
might...
instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I am to grant access to the holder of the key and then close the door.
Wait!
Best of luck.
Professor?
That was certainly unexpected. Let me think. There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps?
Revelio?
Yes, a revealing charm. No time like the present. Let's see what we're missing, shall we? Ready your wand and focus.
Revelio. There! I saw something.
Move a bit closer and try again.
A door.
Well, that's a start. There's that symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to...
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw on the port key container.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way. Lumos! This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? Do you think this is some sort of test?
I do. But to what end, I can't say. Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
I see something up ahead.
What is it?
That glow again, but on the floor. When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
That statue?
What statue?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor.
There must be something to that reflection you're seeing. Try casting Revelio, perhaps.
Revelio.
I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't match. Wait. When you moved, the reflection turned in the direction of the light.
Perhaps you should cast Lumos.
Lumos.
Well done.
Now the reflection is turning towards me. It does follow the light. Professor! Professor Fig! Professor, where are you? This isn't good. Lumos! Where am I supposed to go? What's happening? The wisps of magic seem to be leading me somewhere. That's where they're leading me. That glow again. Revelio. I suppose I'm on my own this time. Lumos. To align these statues with their reflections. Perhaps I need to get them all to stand at once. It seems I have no choice. I'm going to have to fight my way out of here. Protego! Stupefy! Stupefy! Lumos. Lumos.
There you are. How did you... What is this place?
I don't know. But I found this floating above that basin.
That is no mere basin. That is a pensive for viewing memories. I wonder... Follow my lead.
All is in place.
The portkey is well hidden.
Perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created...
May be impossible to follow. It will only be impossible for one who cannot see traces of ancient magic as I can.
Your ability to see what others cannot will not be enough, Percival. We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the witch or wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge, and the responsibility that accompanies it.
We've done all that we can.
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
Astonishing.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed, but could never. Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge that has been dormant for centuries. And you, it seems, are the key to understanding why. We were...
It all looks rather different than it did a moment ago.
Someone's coming.
Who were they?
I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't be in here.
I was right.
Ranrock.
Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit Rackham's vault.
And why are you here?
No need for that. Just give me whatever it is you found here and we can let bygones be bygones.
Sir, they have the key to the vault.
Choose your next words wisely.
I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear. Sir, I must insist. I was to grant access only to one with the key, and you didn't have...
I have no patience for traitors. Now, where were we?
I'm not giving you anything.
Well, perhaps your young friend here will be more helpful.
Oh. Are you all right?
Fine, sir.
I've never seen so powerful a goblin. He seemed wholly unaffected by my magic.
Where are we?
It can't be. It seems those who set up the pensive, the locket, and the path to both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to. Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony. I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now, I need to study this locket as soon as I can, but first I must contact the Ministry. They need to know what happened to George and be warned of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Ready for the sorting ceremony? Phineas, Nigellus, Black. Prepare yourself to meet the headmaster.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony's over.
There were complications.
Complications?
It seems the goblin problem has...
Enough. Goblins. I've no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever patience I had left. If you're lucky, we might still be able to get you sorted this evening.
I'll be in touch.
Professor Weasley, we've one more to be sorted.
Welcome. You're just in time. Have a seat.
Ah, yes. A bit older than the others, aren't you? You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations.
I'm looking forward to exploring Hogwarts and the world beyond the castle and grounds.
Indeed. Much can be gleaned by having an adventurous spirit, but your professors have a great deal to teach you as well. I wonder... I detect something in you. A certain sense of... what is it?
A desire to learn? I do enjoy a good puzzle, and I believe I have a ready mind.
You're clever indeed. You have the ability to reflect clearly on that which puzzles others. And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. Perhaps you belong in Ravenclaw. And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. And your loyalty to a friend delayed your arrival here this evening. Possess a willingness to forge ahead alone when you must. I detect a growing sense of ambition, an eagerness for power. And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. And your loyalty to a friend delayed your arrival here this evening. And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. You belong in Ravenclaw!
Oh, and one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring's final, this year's Quidditch season has been cancelled. Enough! It's not as though I've banned flying altogether. But don't tempt me. You are here to focus on your academic futures. I'm sure you will have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow. I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow.
Quite an entrance. It's lovely to meet you.
Professor Weasley, would you be so kind as to show our new student to their common room?
I shall see to it, sir. As I was saying, I'm Professor Weasley. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Professor.
As Deputy Headmistress, it is my distinct honor to show you to your common room. Right this way. It's quite uncommon for a student to begin as a fifth year. Might be a bit of a challenge, but one I'm sure you're up for.
I am, Professor.
This is the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. You must solve a riddle to enter. I won't be of much help, I'm afraid. This sort of thing has always confounded me.
Who lived longer? The ghost or the poltergeist?
A ghost or a poltergeist? A non-being can never have been.
Well done. Now, go on in and get some sleep. You have a big day ahead of you tomorrow. I shall be back in the morning to collect you for your first class.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy your first night at Hogwarts. Sleep well.
Looks like everyone's gone. Better head to the common room. I suppose some introductions are in order.
This should be interesting.
Must be different, starting Hogwarts in your 5th year.
That's not right either.
I wonder what it was like in Hogsmeade before 1714. I'd imagine things were far less orderly. I'd like to open a shop in Hogsmeade myself one day. Glad Rags could do with some competition. Anyone been into Albie Week's
I'm
shop
not
lately?
sure this is the
I'm always
right
looking for an
spot.
excuse to go to Spindwitches, even if I can't afford a new broom. Did you get your bit of room from Pippin's, or did you pick it yourself? I'm desperately in need of some. I could spend all my galleons at Honeydukes, and just on fizzing Whizbees. Harry Pippin certainly steered me right with that wound cleaning potion. His potion shop's better than you'd find in London, I
I'm
reckon.
not sure this is the right spot.
Professor Weasley is a marvellous teacher.
I'm not sure this is the right spot.
Parchment on a topic they're necessary.
We used to like Transfiguration, but now it seems to be getting awfully complicated.
Life seems rather dull in the hamlets around here. I'd much rather live in a big city like London.
Isn't Sebastian Sallow's family from Feldcroft? I would have expected him to be from somewhere more posh.
Thomas Brown knows more about books than anyone. Well, perhaps not Madame Scribner, but anyone else, I'd say.
So many interesting people from all over the world come through Hogsmeade. You never know who you'll meet. Spotted a vampire from Romania last spring.
I'd like to shop in the hamlets. I'm too afraid to venture out alone with all that's going on.
That's just brilliant, Amit. Brilliant! You'd think you could... Ah! That is not how that... Why, hello. Would you like to take a look? Can't see too much in the day. Well, except for stars like Sirius, Canopus, Vega, and Arcturus. I'm Amit. Pleasure to have you in Ravenclaw. Never met someone who's been so close to a dragon before.
Can't say I'd recommend it, frankly. It's nice to meet you, Amit. I take it you like astronomy.
Oh, yes. So much to be learned from the stars. Also, there's something about the open air and night sky above the tower. It's invigorating. You will adore astronomy. Professor Shaw is incredibly knowledgeable.
I hope astronomy's on my schedule. Sounds interesting.
I have good news for you. You are most definitely taking astronomy. It is required for all 5th years. You will be enthralled with the tower. Plus, a quality telescope can show you things you never dreamed of.
I suppose I'll see you in class then.
Yes. Oh, and speaking of class, better get to my first one of the year. Nothing like the smell of fresh parchment, is there? Be seeing you!
I'm not sure this is the right spot. I want him to be in the perfect place. A place he'll be happy with. But I can't seem to find it. Great golden gobstones! I want him to thrive here.
Golden gobstones?
My own little expression. I bought this Dittany seedling from home and I so want him to feel cozy. Dittany is amazing, isn't it? So much healing power in such a little plant. I've a bit of a thing for plants, as you can see. Pleased to meet you. I'm Samantha.
Nice to meet you, Samantha. Is Dittany used in Wiggenweld potion?
It is! Looks like someone's been studying up on their potion making.
Actually, Professor Fig told me about the Wiggenweld potion.
Of course! I heard you were studying with him before term. He's an enigma, Fig. Teaches about theory, yet seems to know a lot about practical magic.
Professor Fig does know a great deal about, different forms of magic.
Well, I hope he told you about more than Wiggenweld. You've lots to catch up on, I'm sure.
Is it common practice for students to grow their own ingredients?
Oh, yes! In fact, our herbology teacher, Professor Garlick, encourages it. And I don't think Professor Sharp, our potions master, cares where you get your ingredients, as long as your brews are all perfect.
An affinity for herbology is more typical of a Hufflepuff than a Ravenclaw, isn't it?
Ordinarily, perhaps, but it runs in my family. We've a full plot of these little fellows back home. I suppose you could say herbology is in my roots.
It was nice to meet you, Samantha. Good luck with your Dittany.
Thank you. And good luck to you too on your first day.
This should be interesting.
It's that new 5th year. I wonder where they're from.
Can't imagine starting a new school this late.
I'm not entirely in agreement with what you're saying, but I do see your point.
My father said he used to hide his schoolwork under his bed.
Woolly jumpers are a nightmare for getting in the trunk. But if you put your shoes in there as well, the smell.
I've been collecting chispuffle fangs the entire term. Then I thought I'd be clever and simply keep a few chispuffles.
I've taken to studying during the day in our dormitory. No one's there and I can practice my cast to my heart's content.
This is the first year my siblings and I are all at Hogwarts together. Our poor mother doesn't know what to do with her time, so she knits. Sends us each a new jumper every week.
I love switching spells. Swapped my brother's treacle tart for a fish pie once. He still won't eat around me.
Transfiguration requires such precision. I once turned my pet rabbit into a candlestick. Mother was furious when she set the table and it hopped away.
I'd hate transfiguration if it wasn't for Weasley. She definitely takes the fear out of it, and that's saying something.
I'm dreading taking my transfiguration owl. Absolutely dreading it. I'd rather jinx myself than have to explain reasons for the exceptions to Gamp's law.
I should think there's an entire ward in St. Mungo's for transfiguration accidents.
My mother is so excited for me to come home for the holidays. She's written to me nearly every day. The family hour's exhausted.
I hadn't met any of my cousins until I came to Hogwarts and found out we were sorted into the same house.
My little sisters will be so happy to see me over the holidays. They madly try to cast spells on me with their toy wands. Mildly annoying.
This is my sister's first year at Hogwarts. Every time she pretends not to see me in the halls, I cast at her with the trip jinx.
My family has a gobstones tournament every year. Bit chaotic, but loads of fun.
I thought it would be hard adjusting to sharing a room, but I rather enjoy the company.
This should be interesting.
Just have to wait for the right moment.
I miss having my own bedroom. One of the girls in our room recites potion recipes in her sleep, another sings, and another mumbles incantations.
This should be interesting.
Have you ever seen I find it jarring to see someone Professor Weasley at the TV.
This should be interesting.
I've seen the boys looking very sheepish. My favourite room in the school is the library. It always smells of fresh parchment.
Just have to wait for the right moment.
Weasley said she always found the dormitory a good place to read. Better than the library.
Hogwarts always has another mystery to discover. If I don't find a way to concentrate, I'll fail my owls for certain.
My friends and I like to spend our evenings watching the sunset from the Quidditch pitch. That's all the pitch is good for this year, sadly.
Wish our common room was bigger. I could never find enough space to spread out my star charts.
I haven't been down to the boathouse since arriving in my first year. Perhaps I'll pay a visit.
Just have to wait for the right moment.
I think rules against beasts in the dormitories should be enforced, just because it was a puff scheme.
I find the girls to be messier than trolls, truth be told.
And the boys don't make it any easier. The noise from their dormitory, you'd think they were sleeping next to mandrakes.
I do wish I had a bigger trunk, though.
Just have to wait for the right moment.
I'm glad there's a Slytherin in charge of the school, willing to make the hard decisions.
Professor Weasley must be exhausted doing her job as well as the headmasters. We're lucky to have her.
I thought Professor Black would get rid of all the Muggle-born students. Too much to hope for, I suppose.
It's good Black's children are too young to attend Hogwarts. I'd hate it if my father was headmaster.
Power should be kept in the oldest pureblood families, like the Blacks. Wouldn't want riffraff running things. That's what my mother said.
Let's be sure we make some time to study today. The common room's a bit rowdy at bed, so I'll take it to using the library. Peeves was in a mood the other day. Tossed my quill right on Scribbner's desk. Now I have detention for a week.
I adore spending sunny afternoons in the Viaduct courtyard. Wonderful place to practice Accio on other students' books.
Just when I think I've learned how to get around the castle, a staircase moves and I'm lost again.
Wish I could see what Hogwarts looks like to muggles. Bet it's terrifying.
Just have to wait for the right moment.
I can tell you.
Everyone seems to fear Professor Sharp. Not me. I think the man's brilliant. Only bumped me twice this week for singeing my robes.
Can't decide if I like Professor Weasley or Professor Hecat more. Hecat? No, Weasley. Oh, they're both brilliant.
You should hear Sharp talking about divination. It's a wonder own eyes' ears don't catch a light. Let's just say stars no more than cards, I say.
This should be interesting. Just have to wait for the right moment. Just have to wait for the right moment.
I tried doing homework in the dormitory last night, but ended up falling asleep. Those beds are simply too comfortable.
I bet Black could tell a few tales about his days at Hogwarts. When he was a student, I mean.
I haven't slept well for ages. I miss my pillow from home. What? Nothing wrong with that.
Emily promised to help me style my hair. Give her a ribbon and a wand and she can do anything.
I wish they'd allow us our pets from home. We have a crop called Mange.
All I can say is, it's lucky the boys have their own dormitories. The mess they make.
We have the most annoying of all the prefects, I swear.
Some of us are tidier than others, though, aren't we? You don't have to look far to know who the disgrace is in our dormitory.
Broomsticks are going out of style, I think. So many other ways to travel now.
I practiced doing a loop-the-loop on my broom all summer. What a waste of time.
I don't like flying on a broom. I prefer the safety of a thestral-drawn carriage. Nothing wrong with that.
I met some of my best friends in flying.
Oh!
Nothing creates a bond like thinking you're all about to die.
I want to play Quidditch professionally when I'm older. I'd make a marvelous chaser.
My brother promised me his old broomstick once he's saved up for a new one. I can't wait.
How in the world did people ride broomsticks before the invention of the cushioning charm?
The Chudley Cannons are going to be unbeatable next season. You just wait and see. I miss going to matches, cheering everyone on with magnificent fun. And getting to see Isaac Cooper. fine keeper, with a bit more practice.
Imelda Reyes is on her way to becoming the fastest flyer in Hogwarts history.
I was destined to be a glorious beater if Quidditch hadn't been cancelled this year. I was.
One boy fell off his broom during my flying class. Good thing Kagawa was there to catch him. She's very good at arresting momentum.
Spintwitches is my favourite. At least I get to see all the brooms, even if I can't afford one myself.
Have you ever flown over the Black Lake and seen the squid? Obviously I have. Was just wondering.
Wish I could afford my own broom from Spintwitches.
I think it's for the best that Kagawa takes flying seriously. Far too easy for first years to injure themselves in class. Not to say that's not amusing.
I don't know what Madame Kagawa sees in Imelda Reyes. She's not that good at flying. My uncle knows Kagawa, but I can't imagine why.
Oh!
Broomsticks are going out of style, I think. So many other ways to travel now.
I met some of my best friends in flying. Nothing creates a bond like thinking you're all about to die.
Flying on a broom. I prefer the safety of a thestral-drawn carriage. Nothing wrong with that.
Just have to wait for the right moment. One moment. Watch this.
Ugh! What is this? Someone threw a dung bomb. Let's get out of here.
That wasn't quite the reaction I wanted. Oh well.
Right. What did you hope would happen?
I suppose I hoped it would lighten the mood. Ravenclaws can be a bit on edge the first day of class. I'm Everett, by the way. You seem downright calm next to some of these characters, and you survived a rather harrowing trip here.
Harrowing indeed. I'm still a bit on edge myself and a little nervous for classes to start.
Oh, you needn't be worried. Truly, there's no reason to be nervous. Most professors are firm but fair. I mean, not all of the tricks I play are as simple as a tossed dung bomb, and I'm still here.
Wait, did you say most professors are firm but fair?
Ha, I did. But probably best I let you judge for yourself. I do tend to push their limits. I should wander off before someone traces that dung bomb back to me. Nice meeting you.
You too, Everett.
Hey there, new Ravenclaw. Professor Weasley is looking for you just outside. You had best not keep her waiting.
morning. I trust you're ready for your first day at Hogwarts?
I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. Can't believe I'm here.
Well, you are here. Make the most of it. You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a fifth year, you'll need to catch up with your classmates and not fall behind. Especially as you'll be expected to complete your OWLs at the end of the year.
OWLs? Owls?
Yes, your ordinary wizarding level exams. They will determine what type of career you can have when you leave here. After much discussion with the headmaster and the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success. Here you are.
What is it?
It is a wizard's field guide. It will help you to keep track of what you are learning so that you master all that's expected of a fifth year. You would be wise to take full advantage of this exceptionally valuable resource.
Thank you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have. Walk with me and we shall put it to the test. This way. The guide will give you opportunities to practice your magic and educate yourself about wizarding lore. I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide when I was a student. Why don't you cast Revelio on this bust and see what details the field guide can provide?
Revelio.
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle. No time to waste. You've classes to attend. timing. Perfect opportunity to show you how to use flue flames to get around a bit quicker. Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it up and find Central Hall. And here we are. Quite the time saver. These stairs lead directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall.
I adore the hustle and bustle of Central Hall.
Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive. Our King's Cross station, so to speak.
Professor Weasley's already preparing me to take my transfiguration.
That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
What will I learn in Charms class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells, charms, jinxes, all terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan. He's a clever and entertaining wizard, and a talented teacher.
Can you tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend oneself against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts is required for those who aspire to become Aurors. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Hecat in charge of our students' education in that regard.
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain, and is home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade. You will also, I imagine, enjoy many a butterbeer there with friends in due course.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
He did, Professor.
He's been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a search for belongings and an extended trip up to the castle.
We did take a bit of a detour on the way here. Ended up exploring some ruins and... I shouldn't say more.
Exploring ruins? Well, I presume Professor Fig has his reasons for keeping the details to himself for now. Speak of the devil, Professor Fig. Your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Yes. You seem to have provided our new fifth year with a solid foundation in the basics of spellcasting.
Ah, I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
Well, I'm just glad you both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor. Rather unfortunately, it would seem that it chose us.
Very well. Enough chit-chat. I need to get to class myself. Might I rely on you, Professor Fig, to explain the details of the field guide's map?
Of course.
Thank you. Good luck today. And remember to use your field guide. It will be invaluable to you. And invaluable to me, as I'll be using it to keep up to date on your progress.
Yes, Professor.
Come and find me in my classroom after you've attended both classes today, and I'll explain more about those assignments I mentioned. And we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those supplies.
I think I'd have made an excellent seeker. I have a sharp eye. Can spot the shadow of the demiguise in the snow.
I used to enjoy flying, but there are so many rules now.
My sister organised Quidditch practice all summer to prepare for this year. She was most upset when it was cancelled.
Imelda Reyes acts as if she invented Quidditch. I don't think she's even that good at it.
No better feeling than the wind in your hair as you fly above the world on a broom.
Madame Kagawa's certainly strict. I thought flying was supposed to be fun.
I wish I was an animagus that could fly. A raven or an owl. Then I wouldn't need my own broom.
Can't wait till I'm old enough to apparate. No more falling off brooms for me.
I hope I'm wealthy enough one day to buy every broom model at Spintwitch's.
Everyone knows you're Garlic's favourite.
That's absurd. I don't think she even knows I'm there.
She always gives you higher marks than me.
Well, perhaps it's because I work harder. Your mandrake did nearly die.
Oh, that's so unfair. It was obviously as old as Merlin, and I bet she knew it.
All I'm saying is I exhibited far more knowledge of Devil's Snare, and it didn't seem to count for anything.
Yes, and I believe Garlic wasn't fully impressed that all your knowledge was potty.
Potty? What do you mean, potty?
You merrily recounted that Devil's Snare is dangerous on account of its propensity to stab people.
Yes?
Well, everyone knows that dangers residing amidst Devil's Snare involve strangulation.
Oh, I see. I suppose that is rather different then, isn't it? Do you think I could borrow your homework?
Of course. We have to do something to keep you in her good graces, seeing as I'm her favourite and all.
See?
Make a fine keeper with a bit more practice.
Imelda Reyes is always arranging broom trials. She's only trying to top her old records. Such a show-off.
Spintwitch's is my favourite. At least I get to see all the brooms, even if I can't afford one myself.
I'm far too afraid of heights to fly on a broom. What? It's nothing to be ashamed of. I don't see you racing about the towers.
I was destined to be a glorious beater if Quidditch hadn't been cancelled this year. I was.
Oh, I don't like how flying messes up my hair.
Imelda Reyes is on her way to becoming the fastest flyer in Hogwarts history.
Wish I could afford my own broom from Spintwitch's.
I think Madame Kagawa's brother is a professional Quidditch player. Wish I could meet him.
I haven't slept in days. Martin snores like a mountain troll.
Oh.
I just wish they'd hurry up and assign the essay on werewolves. When are we getting to that?
I still can't believe that girl. Wrote her essay on shrinking solutions and thought it would be clever to shrink it before handing it in.
Desperately need to improve my charms marks this year. Perhaps I can find a housemaid to levitate.
I wonder if it's even quieter in the restricted section of the library. And what would happen if you made a noise?
Professor Weasley said she'd help me with my switching spells after class. I think she's tired of finding partially transfigured items about the classroom.
I wouldn't say Professor Howard has a particular affinity for these, but she's certainly knowledgeable. I imagine that's why she teaches the class.
I heard that Professor Binns died one night and showed up to class the next morning as if nothing had happened. I don't think he even knows he's a ghost.
There's simply too much information if you ask me. Surely it's not all necessary. Next thing you know, they'll be teaching us about muggles.
I asked Ronan what he'd recommend for a billywig sting, and he laughed and said, "Try not to be seen." I don't find that funny at all.
Oh! I certainly make sure I stay abreast of my homework. Teachers don't like it if you fall behind, especially Weasley.
I suppose in all fairness, one should be prepared for anything.
I never thought I'd actually enjoy herbology, but Professor Garlick makes it so interesting. She's forgotten more than I'll ever know about mandrakes.
Sometimes you can find some quite interesting things in the library.
If you try to study in the library, at least you can be assured of peace and quiet. Madam Scribner sees to that.
I'd never have a harsh word to say about Hogwarts. I, for one, could stay here forever. Better than where I'm from.
Oh!
My sister organised Quidditch practice all summer to prepare for this year. She was most upset when it was cancelled.
I wonder why Madame Kagawa didn't become a professional Quidditch player. What if she's not actually that good?
Do we really need to practice flying on a broomstick? I thought that was the purpose of trains.
I want to play Quidditch professionally when I'm older. I'd make a marvellous chaser.
Broomsticks are so out of date. I'd rather travel by Flu Network any day.
How in the world did people ride broomsticks before the invention of the cushioning charm?
Imelda Reyes is always arranging broom trials. She's only trying to top her old one.
I'm convinced I'm the only one in my dormitory who doesn't snore. I shall need a sleeping draught to get a good night's sleep if it keeps up.
I thought it would be hard adjusting to sharing a room, but I rather enjoy the company.
She put a bow truckle under my bed, and I know it was her. She's looking for trouble, that one. Looking for it.
I've seen the boys looking very sheepish lately.
Well, I woke up to one, wriggling its foul little tongue up my nose it was.
The other girls and I were up all night reading letters from my secret admirer. They're very jealous of me, I'm sure.
Chinese chomping cabbages terrify me. Something about a leafy vegetable with teeth seems extremely unnatural.
I think Defendo should be taught in the first year. Why stave off the mayhem?
Don't get me started on how horrifying venomous tentacular are. Why we're forced to engage with them in class instead of just reading about them is beyond me.
I mistook a Snargaluffapod for a Puffapod the other day in herbology. Won't be making that mistake again anytime soon.
Don't you find it chilly in the greenhouses? It always surprises me how cool it is. I spent all night working on my history of magic essay. Almost fell asleep in class today. Though I suppose that's normal in history of magic.
At least you didn't do what that first year did. Spent hours collecting Dittany only to find it was old weeds.
I tried telling Hecate that someone cast Evanesco on my assignment. She said if I didn't get it sorted, I'd be the one getting vanished.
Professor Sharp terrifies me. He glanced sideways at me last week and I almost dropped an entire flobberworm into my cauldron.
I wish I could simply charm my exercise books to finish my homework for me. I wonder how many secret passages Hogwarts actually has. I stumbled on one the other day. Couldn't find my way out for hours. Missed my favorite meal I did. Kidney pie.
My favorite room in the school is the library. It always smells of fresh parchment.
I'd wager Ravenclaw Tower has some of the best views in the castle. Someone saw a hippogriff fly right past the window once.
Hogwarts always has another mystery to discover. If I don't find a way to concentrate, I'll fail my owls for certain.
Where do the professors sleep? Surely they don't share a common room like the students, do they?
I haven't been down to the boathouse since arriving in my first year. Perhaps I'll pay a visit.
I bet all the answers to everything are in the restricted section. I think it should be a special treat in Year 5 that you get to go into it.
Professor Weasley said she'd help me with my switching spells after class. I think she's tired of finding partially blind people like me.
I can't even cast Lumos for 2 seconds to do a bit of late-night reading without my dorm mates getting riled up.
Well, one can't argue with that.
I'd never risk leaving things in the dormitory without a muggle-repelling charm. What? It's highly logical.
I miss having my own bedroom. One of the girls in our room recites potion recipes in her sleep, another sings, and another mumbles incantations.
I was going to try out for the Quidditch team this year.
That Ray's girl thinks she can fly better than anyone. All talk, if you ask me.
I think I'll go for a quick sprint on my broom after class tonight. I find it helps stimulate my mind, especially if we've had a class with Professor Binns.
The best way to learn how to fly a broomstick is by trial and error. In my case, it was a lot of error.
I just know we were finally going to win the Quidditch Cup this year. I know what you mean.
It's astonishing what one can learn when keeping one's mouth shut in the common room. People feel at liberty to talk about anything there.
There was a rumor that if you knocked on the barrels in the rhythm of a Christmas carol, you'd get a present.
Someone was sat by the fire in our common room the other day with steam coming out of their ears.
Why study in the common room when you can be outside in the fresh air? I'd rather be in the courtyard than a musty old library any day.
They really shouldn't allow food and drinks in the common room. Stepped in a puddle of butterbeer the other day. Better than a failed potion, I suppose.
Even if I knew how to get into the other common rooms, I wouldn't bother. There's a reason I was sorted into my house.
Why would Helga Hufflepuff have you tap on barrels, though? That's the only thing that mystifies me.
I need to catch up on my letter writing. I think my owl's getting cobwebs.
I don't send many owls to myself, but it is nice to get them. What? Don't look at me like that.
How do owls know where to deliver their letters?
I don't think owls make very good pets. You can't snuggle up to them the way you can with a cat.
Wish someone would send me a love letter. Doubt that'll ever happen.
There are a few students here I'd like to send a howler to.
My mother was shocked the first time I sent her an owl from Hogwarts. She'd never seen anything like it. She's a muggle, so of course that makes sense. What? Don't make that face.
Why would anyone bother sending secret love letters? If you want to win me over, just treat me to a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks.
Owls fascinate me. They have a lot of responsibility in the wizarding world. Imagine all the walking we'd have to do if we didn't have owls to deliver our post. If I had to pick a favorite professor, I'd choose Garlic. Underneath that chipper persona lies a brilliant herbological mind.
I'm going to have my own telescope one day. I've already decided that Jupiter's my favorite planet. Although, I suppose Saturn's got the rings going for it.
It's so much better when it gets dark earlier. I'd spend all night in that astronomy tower if they'd let me. How can you not be absolutely fascinated with the stars? I should let Char adopt me.
Madame Kagawa's getting a bit of an easy run of things, isn't she? What with Quidditch being cancelled.
I wonder if you learn different things about astronomy at Ouagadougou. Although I can't see anyone being as passionate about it as Char.
Let's be sure we make some time to study later then. The common room's a bit rowdy of late, so I've taken to using the library.
There's only one common room that everyone wishes they could get in, and that's Hufflepuff. Been that way for 1,000 years, or so Garlic says.
I bet Garlic had a say in it. Why else would it be the only common room with plants? She's obviously showing favoritism.
I know what you mean.
It's astonishing what one can learn when keeping one's mouth shut in the common room. People feel at liberty to talk about anything there.
If you ask any Hufflepuff, they'll tell you there's a badger in their common room.
Wish our common room was bigger. I could never find enough space to spread out my star charts.
My aunt has some potions recipes she swears are from Sigmund Butch himself. What? She wouldn't make it up. She says they're ones he didn't put in the Book of Potions. Likely powerful spells for the complexion. What? Why are you looking at my chin like that? Stop it!
Can't somebody let me copy their potions homework? I'm at least moderately good at charms, and I promise I'll let you copy mine.
You know it does help to look at the thing while you're stirring.
I'm just saying, you'd think she was the pioneer of the Wizarding School's Potions Championship the way she carries herself. And she's a first year. No need to look at me like that. And I know what you're about to say, so you can hold your tongue. I do not talk about her all the time. You haven't seen her about, have you?
I had an awful time in potions the other day. Someone had scribbled all over the pages of my Book of Potions. The margins were as black as soot. And it was a copy from library. Scribner's going to have me for that.
In my blood, my mother says. From her side, at least.
I don't know why Sharp's always referring to standard ingredients. Nothing is standard. Who's walking around with mistletoe berries?
I need someone to lend me some potions ingredients. Don't give me that look. I told you before I was only musing about a love potion. As if I'd actually brew one. I wouldn't have the faintest idea what to put in one. Let alone finding powdered millstone or ashwinder eggs. My family has a lot of Muggle traditions, from my mother's side. I don't mind most of them, but cooking without magic can get exhausting.
I adore decorating for the holidays. Can never have too many fairy lights, in my opinion. Not sure the fairies would agree, mind.
All of my siblings have gone on to work for the Ministry, but I'm not sure I want to do that. Unless it's an aura. Oh, I'd like to be an aura.
My family and I travel somewhere every summer. I'm dying to visit Romania. Would love to see a dragon in the flesh.
All of my siblings have finished at Hogwarts. Nice to be here on my own for once. I wonder what it was like in Hogsmeade before 1714. I'd imagine things were far less orderly.
My aunt says I should get to Hogsmeade as often as I can. Says it's good to get out of the castle sometimes.
I can appreciate Hogsmeade all year round, but there's nothing like it after a fresh snowfall.
Anyone been into Albie Weeks' shop lately? I'm always looking for an excuse to go to Spintwitch's, even if I can't afford a new room.
Frankly, I'd rather limit my excursions to Hogsmeade these days. Too much distraction.
I could spend all my galleons at Honeyduke's, and just on fizzing Whizbees.
Someone loaned me a book on the International Confederation of Wizards. I was looking forward to reading it.
It's astonishing to me that the 5 lads I share a dorm with don't accumulate half the mess my one sister makes at home.
Weasley said she always found the dormitory a good place to read. Better than the library.
We're going to see who can stay out the latest. Sleeping drafts should ensure my victory.
I find the girls to be messier than trolls, truth be told.
As long as I get some sleep, I don't mind what anyone gets up to. The dormitory should be a place where rules don't apply.
I don't trust any of the boys. You find one venomous tentacular on your pillow and you don't soon forget.
I suppose one could smuggle a pet into the dormitory if one was willing to use a disillusionment charm. but is it worth it for a common cat? Black noticed a scuff on his shoe the other day, and would not take another step until a house elf polished it away for him. Horrid man.
Hogwarts hasn't been the same since Black took over. Lucky for us, we have Professor Weasley.
I thought about transferring to Beauxbatons just to get away from Professor Black and his iron fist. But then I remembered that I don't speak French.
How much longer do you think Black will be headmaster? I have family in America. Wonder if I can transfer to Ilvermorny and come back when he's gone.
Whoever decided to make Professor Black headmaster of Hogwarts must have been the victim of a flock of whoopers. Out of their mind.
My older brothers were all sorted into Ravenclaw. They're terribly accomplished now. I'll never be able to live up to their achievements.
I miss playing gobstones on the kitchen floor with my cousins. Not the same here in the courtyard.
My family has been sorted into Ravenclaw for generations. Bit of a bookish lot, one might say.
I adore decorating for the holidays. Can never have too many fairy lights, in my opinion. Not sure the fairies would agree, mind.
I'm glad I don't have to stay in the castle for the holidays. I find the moving staircases unnerving when no one's around.
My family and I travel somewhere every summer. I'm dying to visit Romania. I'd love to see a dragon in flesh.
Arthur Thick tried conjuring a pillow the other day. Ended up with a hedgehog. Not terribly comfortable to sleep on, I'd imagine.
I rather enjoy Transfiguration myself. The complexity, the precise nature of it, truly something to be admired.
He's absolutely sweet on me, I'm sure of it. Every time he's around me, he's crooning at me. It's like being courted by a manticore.
I can't help it if I was having a nightmare. Serves him right for talking about letterfolds right before bed.
He said I had a complexion like a hippocampus egg. Fancy saying that? I think it's because I don't sleep well.
There's not 1 week gone by I haven't had a howler from my mother. She's doing it deliberately. It's because I left my room in a mess.
Natty doesn't seem to mind having her mother as a teacher at all. I'd hide in my common room if it were me.
My sister's always wanting quills made of whooper feathers. She's always after the latest fad. I've told her, a nib's a nib. Black only looks out for the purebloods. He couldn't care less about the rest of us.
I'm glad there's a Slytherin in charge of the school, willing to make the hard decisions.
I don't think a single student likes Professor Black. They may pretend to like him, but they don't.
I thought Professor Black would get rid of all the Muggle-born students. Too much to hope for, I suppose.
Black is without a doubt the worst headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. He's not behind me, is he?
Powers should be kept in the oldest pureblood families, like the Blacks. Wouldn't want riffraff running things. That's what my mother says. I think I'd have made an excellent seeker. I have a sharp eye. Can spot the shadow of the demiguise in the snow.
I used to enjoy flying, but there are so many rules now.
Ah! Owls must be incredibly intelligent to deliver all those letters. I still get lost looking for our common room.
I've heard that Isaac Cooper receives several owls a week from secret admirers. I suppose he is rather dashing.
How many letters do you think come in and out of Hogwarts every day?
How do owls know where to deliver their letters?
I need to stop by the owlery. Far too long since I've sent a letter home.
I wish I received letters from home more often. I like knowing what my sisters are up to. The youngest is learning to denome the garden.
Wish someone would send me a love letter. Doubt that'll ever happen.
I do get nervous when the owls fly into the Great Hall. One's bound to crash into me eventually. Yes, it is. Garlic asked me to explain to the class the main use of plants. I said picking them. What?
Can't seem to get the smell of dragon dung out of my robes after that last herbology class. Suppose it's better than stink sap, but not by much.
No better feeling than plunging your hands into greenhouse soil. Unless you accidentally uproot a baby mandrake.
As a motherborn, I never expected to come face to face with a man-eating cabbage.
I don't mind herbology myself. I'll take a mandrake any day over an annoying little puffskein.
How are there so many lectures in herbology?
Life seems rather dull in the hamlets around here. I'd much rather live in a big city like London.
Patrick Redding is surprisingly somber, considering he runs a shop as fun as Honeydukes.
Rumour has it there's an abandoned manor near Bargentine. No one knows what happened to the family. Think they'll stay close to the castle.
Have you ever visited any of the hamlets outside of Hogsmeade? Some nice shops to be found.
Thomas Brown knows more about books than anyone. Well, perhaps not Madame Scribner, but anyone else, I'd say.
I hear Upper Hogsfield is lovely. Or was it Lower Hogsfield? Well, both Hogsfields.
Is Lower Hogsfield still dealing with that nasty goblin? Can't have been good for business.
I'd like to do some window shopping in Hogsmeade this weekend. Don't have the galleons to actually buy anything.
I'd like to shop in the hamlets. I'm too afraid to venture out alone with all that's going on.
Yes, Professor Binns does drone on a bit. But have you ever got him really talking about goblin rebellions? Knows everything. Still boring, but impressive.
And have you seen how these professors look at your clothes? Black looks at me like I'm a pauper. I swear the man thinks I have fleas.
Some think Professor Shah is hard to read, but I find her as easy to read as a star chart. She has no patience for time wasting.
Sharp was in a mood the other day. Not a single student got their sleeping draft right, and he banished the contents of every cauldron in the room with one cast.
It was perfect for stargazing the other night. Not a cloud in the sky. I've never seen the heavens so clear. Do you think that's a bad omen?
At first, I thought Professor Garlick might be too young to be a professor, but she's more than capable. Knows her gillyweed from her gurdyweed, that one.
I don't know about demi-geysers, but Howin had me on hot bricks the other day, telling us about her colleague who befriended a griffin. I put my hand up and said we had a griffin come by our street once and tried to get our rabbit. My sister had to run out after it, throwing stones till it flew off. I thought Howin would be impressed, but oh, the glare. She said you never meddle with dangerous beasts. If you ask me, she's the dangerous beast.
Do you think if we asked Shah, she'd let us go up earlier to the astronomy tower? I bet she would. She lives for it.
I hated learning banishment. Never had such abysmal marks.
Do you think it's painful to be in a half-transfigured state?
I wish I was a metamorph magus. Imagine being able to change your eye color depending on your mood.
How rare a metamorph guy anyway?
A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration was Miley's favorite textbook. I cannot seem to wrap my head around the subject.
And the boys don't make it any easier. The noise from their dormitory, you'd think they were sleeping next to mandrakes.
I miss having my own bedroom. One of the girls in our room recites potion recipes in her sleep, another sings, and another mutters incantations.
I thought it would be hard adjusting to sharing a room, but I rather enjoy the company.
I don't mind living in dormitories. No parents around nagging me to pick up my robes.
There's always someone snoring in our dormitory. One of the girls, too. And she talks in her sleep.
Weasley said she always found the dormitory a good place to read. Better than the library.
I think rules against beasts in the dormitories should be enforced, just because it was a puff scheme.
We stayed up almost the entire night the other week talking about schoolwork. Desperately need to improve my charms marks this year. Perhaps I can find a housemate to levitate.
I still can't believe that girl wrote her essay on shrinking solutions and thought it would be clever to shrink it before having
It's good to see you, Professor.
And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today, before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you and Professor Weasley talking about exploring ruins?
She caught me off guard. I didn't tell her anything else about our travels here. I will say, I think she suspects we're not being entirely forthcoming.
Yes, well, Professor Weasley is a brilliant and astute witch. It was right to keep the details to yourself for now. We don't know where this path we've embarked upon will lead. It may require a bit more flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with the headmaster that would be better left between us.
Understood, Professor.
Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well-trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid another not-so-subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map? Unfold it and have a look. The map is enchanted to help you find your way.
This will be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Now, sounds like you've quite a day ahead, what with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies, including your own wand. You'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious locket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
Teachers don't like it if you fall behind, especially Weasley.
At the Muggle Ball, I used to feel I had a lot of work to do if I wanted to catch up to the other students. Now I realise that no particular group of wizards has the monopoly on skill.
At least he didn't do what that Berkshire did. Spent hours collecting history, only to find it was all weed.
I heard that Professor Binns died one night and showed up to class the next morning as if nothing had happened. I don't think he even knows he's a ghost.
No better feeling than the wind in your hair.
Oh.
Why are we only learning all the boring potions? When are we learning Felix Felicis? Knowing Sharp, he'll probably teach it after we've done our exams.
My aunt has some potions recipes she swears are from Sigmund Budge himself. What?
I wish we didn't have to do the I'm not the least bit comfortable with it. Crush with the flat side of the dagger. It's most untoward if you ask me. The thing's lethal. I feel I'd be safer if I were being schooled by Rookwood.
I don't find potions bearable at all. And if it's double potions, I question whether I wouldn't just rather be a muggle.
Is it possible to become an aura and not excel in potions? I think so, wouldn't you? It's all about demeanor, really, isn't it? Being an aura. Having a commanding stature. I think I shall be a force to be reckoned with. Have you ever had a cauldron leak? I didn't think it was possible. And then one minute, I was stirring. And the next, I was swimming in Wolfsbane potion. Sharp almost threw his wand at me, I swear. Turned out, I just spilled my flask. Wasn't my fault.
I had an awful time in potions the other day. Someone had scribbled all over the pages of my book of potions. The margins were as black as soot. And it was a copy from library. Scribner's going to have me for that. I need someone to lend me some potions ingredients.
Revelio.
Nice and warm. Why do students always run when Peevesy wants to have some fun?
If Hogwarts survives the reign of this headmaster, I think we should have a moon calf in charge.
Oh, such fun!
If someone gets struck by a cursed broom, we do hope it's you. Awful when they ask you a question, though, isn't it? Grubby little faces. I'll just die. Oh, my exams. Not a one of them deserves more than a tea. Fills our stone hearts with joy to be in the presence of such arrogance. Not sure he's in at the present moment, the headmaster. Would be sure to tell him how very much you despise him. Bit of snot on your nose. Thought you'd want to know. Never forget what that Hufflepuff girl said in 1421. What lovely stone. Oh, that's class, that is. If Hogwarts survives the reign of this headmaster, I think we should have a moon calf in charge.
Revelio. 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 Revelio.
If someone gets struck by a cursed broom, we do hope it's you.
Revelio. Revelio.
that all you've got? Levioso!
Professor Hecat!
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces in your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull. It was a token from the Great Poacher Raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it. Knowledge. To the wise, age matters very little. Today we will review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember. Levioso.
Levioso? A levitation charm?
Levioso! A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Pruitt? No? One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in the heat of battle. Now, let's practice what we've just learned, starting with something small.
Levioso.
Now, let's try something a little larger. Let us begin with the basic cast. See how the dummy deflected your cast? This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast. Remember, a surprised opponent is a weak opponent, as Master Pruitt so artfully helped me demonstrate earlier.
Levioso.
Good. Now, well done. Very good. But the best way to practice is by dueling. We'll start with you two. Duelists, take your marks.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
Now, I want a fair duel, using only Levioso, basic cast, and Protego. You may begin.
This should be easy.
Protego! Stupid Protego!
Complicates things. This can't be your first duel.
Levioso! Let's just say I'm a quick...
I do enjoy lively duels. If only all my students do one. Use the basic cast when your opponent's guard is down.
Not bad for a beginner. You give as good as you get.
I put you on the spot, and you rose to the challenge. Points to Ravenclaw.
Thank you, Professor Hecat. Glad to have the opportunity to practice.
If what I've seen today is any indication, we can expect great things from you. I demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, but battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely, goblins, is a different kettle of Grindylows entirely.
Understood, Professor.
So, I'd advise you to keep practicing whenever you can. Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have some ideas for you. Again, well done today. I shall reach out soon with additional assignments. All right. That's enough spectacle for one day. Class is dismissed.
I'd hate to face Professor Hecat in a duel.
Oh, I'm not much for dueling. I prefer to keep things friendly.
You jeweled Sebastian. He's strong competition. Well done.
Huh. Always thought Levioso was for first years. Not anymore.
If you know the right spells, it's dark wizards that'll fear you, not the other way around.
Nice work.
I enjoyed that.
Well, that duel was quite something. Everyone will be talking about it.
It was certainly good practice.
Practice? It felt more like I was dueling an expert. Sebastian Sallow, by the way. Didn't expect a new student to be so deft with a wand. Then again, perhaps this wasn't your first duel.
I've dueled enough. Consider yourself lucky I held back.
Huh, fair enough. You owe me an honest duel when you aren't. You know, you might be a perfect fit for a certain exclusive, unsanctioned dueling organization.
Unsanctioned? I don't know. School rules are in place for a reason.
Yes, to keep students in the dark. So many things we're deemed unprepared to know. If you want to get the most out of your time at Hogwarts, you're going to need to break the rules now and then. Whether it's joining a secret dueling club, or sneaking into the restricted section of the library, you just have to be clever enough not to get caught.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll keep that in mind.
Good. Pleasure chatting with you. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Perhaps somewhere unsanctioned? We'll see if your performance today was sheer luck or actual skill. Look for Luke and Brattleby near the clock tower entrance, if you're interested. Till next time.
Protego!
Revelio.
Whee!
Oh, not again!
Here I've come from the toilet bowl where she said I could swim, did you praxia mole? As long as 'twere only one time per week, I can plunge the boy's lavatory, not for the meek.
These peas will make me late.
He tried to stop me, did rancorous carp, sought to trap me, confine me inside of a jar. But he failed, as did his containment charms, so I took my revenge to wreak havoc and harm. It was granted my privileges be handsome indeed, or I'd fire up the cannon, and so she agreed. To draw up a contract with her, not with him, that if I behaved, I'd have one weekly swim! Whee!
I'll get you for this.
My, what a striking face. You'll make quite the portrait one day. I wouldn't want to be hung next to you.
Revelio.
Levioso.
You made your point! It was an accident! Whoever played that note needs to reconsider their profession.
Lumos. Levioso.
Really mastered that one, haven't you?
Glad you could make it. Lucan's just over there.
Levioso.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches for you, that's all I need to know. I coordinate duels for crossed wands. A dueling club of sorts. It's invitation only, so you must have really impressed Sebastian.
I'm flattered to hear that. Sebastian's not a bad duelist either.
Imagine it's quite something to see the two of you duel.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing in the end wins. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all. And to liven things up, the winner is awarded a prize. Interested?
Of course. Dueling's an entertaining pastime.
I agree. Besides, in crossed ones, you can duel with a partner if you like. Your first time I'll pair you with Sebastian. Next time, you'll need to bring a partner along, or duel alone. So, care to step into the ring?
Get me in the ring.
Spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
We'll make you regret signing up. Act like a winner!
Levioso! Stupefy! Come on!
Mind the wand!
There goes my wager.
Perhaps one day I'll sign up for a round.
Nice work. Sebastian wasn't wrong about you. There's strong competition ahead, but keep this up and you could be the next school champion.
Brilliant. Count me in.
I shall. Now, it takes time to organise these duels, but check with me later. I may have something lined up for you. Again, congratulations on your first Crossed Ones victory. Well fought. Hope to see you back here again.
Next time you need a partner for Crossed Swans, don't hesitate to call on me.
Professor Ronan tends to go on a bit. We sometimes have to remind him to finish the lesson.
Some of us don't necessarily want him to get back to the lesson.
I wonder what it was like in Hogsmeade before 1714. I'd imagine things were far less orderly.
When I'm in Hogsmeade, I always pay a visit to Dogweed and Deathcap. Although Madam Green can be a little fiery sometimes, so you definitely want to stay on her good side.
I can appreciate Hogsmeade all year round, but there's nothing like it after a fresh snowfall.
Anyone been into Albie Weeks' shop lately? I'm always looking for an excuse to go to Spintwitch's, even if I can't afford it.
And then the werewolves joined the goblins in the uprising.
Werewolves, where were you? In the Goblin Rebellion of 1752?
And by the end of it, the Minister for Magic was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, what fun! I won't say my goodbyes. I shall cheer for the boy who says you're telling
I'm
lies.
not telling lies, Peeves. It was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't. It was Basil Flack.
Ooh, fight! It's a bold attack. Was the Minister a boot or the Minister a flack?
Stop it, Peeves. You'll get us in trouble.
In trouble you will be, but you can't give Peeves a smack. She says it's a boot, and he says it's a flack.
Peeves, enough. You'll get us all detention. And you're both wrong anyway. It was Hephaestus Gore.
It wasn't boot and it wasn't flack, but you're all in trouble with Professor Black.
I'm glad there's a Slytherin in charge of the school, willing to make the hard decisions.
Does Professor Black have children of his own? Poor things if he does.
I thought Professor Black would get rid of all the Muggle-born students. Too much to hope for, I suppose.
Revelio. Leviosa. Revelio.
My older sister. I wanted to know about Hogwarts before I set foot in the castle. All of my siblings have finished at Hogwarts. Nice to be here on my own for once.
It's tradition in my family to play a game of Quidditch on the moors during the holidays.
My siblings and I have all been sorted into different houses. Came as no surprise to my father.
I miss playing gobstones on the kitchen floor with my cousins. Not the same here in the courtyard.
I adore playing wizard chess with my siblings. A bit violent, but Father says it's a good way to get out our frustrations.
Hogwarts has brought me and my siblings closer together. We've had to rely on each other without having our parents about.
Never a dull moment when I go home for the holidays. Last year, my mother swore she heard a banshee. She couldn't sleep for fear that one of us was doomed.
I'm glad I don't have to stay in the castle for the holidays. I find the moving staircases unnerving when no one's around. I've been sending owls to my mother, pleading with her to send my favourite nightshirt.
Not the best idea to start a study group with the boys from my dormitory. Now, we never get a break from each other.
All I have at home are brothers. I thought sharing a room with girls would be tidier. Clearly I was wrong. Thank goodness for the scouring charm.
I haven't slept well for ages. I miss my pillow from home. What? Nothing wrong with that.
Well, one can't argue with that.
One boy fell off his broom during my flying class. Good thing Kagawa was there to catch him. She's very good at arresto momentum.
Everyone falls off their broom at least once. You just have to get back on.
I think it's for the best that Kagawa takes flying seriously. Far too easy for first years to injure themselves in class. Not to say that's not amusing.
Why do we even have flying if Professor Black cancelled Quidditch?
Have you ever flown over the Black Lake and seen the squid? Obviously I have.
Here, behind you. There is an open seat here.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Nettie. So you are the new student. Have you met Professor Ronan yet?
Shall we begin? Welcome to Year 5 of Charms. Now, this will be a crucial year in your education on the art of charm work, but I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge. Right, now, everyone, please open your textbooks to page 517. But before we begin, can anyone here tell me the difference between the incantations of the color change and growth charms? Anyone? Anyone? I am afraid it is too late to study now. My, the summer months must have really taken a toll on you all. By the looks of it, you all spent your holidays practicing Obliviate on one another. Do you even remember how to perform a basic summoning charm? Well, it seems that we are in dire need of review. Everyone get into pairs and take positions on opposite sides of the classroom. Now let's put those textbooks to use as the blunt objects you so believe they are, and take turns summoning them out of one another's hands. Only one book will be needed per partnership, Miss Dale. Thank you. Get into place now.
Akio.
That is not bad.
You are a swift learner. I see a lot of potential, but remember, potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it, You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that. Well, as you all seem to have the basics down, and it is an exceptionally lovely day, I was thinking that we might have ourselves a little excursion outside for a spot of fresh air. After me. I've always found that fun goes hand in hand with mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree, So, what better than a bit of sport to put our prowess with the summoning charm to the test, right? So why don't we have our newest student start us off? Very simply, cast Accio on one of the spheres and relinquish your charm at the last possible moment. Now, think of this like gobstones, if you will. But instead of throwing the marbles out, you are summoning them toward you. The trick is to pull the sphere as far as possible, but not a bit more, or it'll fall, yes? Now, I could keep talking about theory all day, but practice is the best professor. Show us how it's done. Accio. Excellent. Good. Stay focused. Very good. Not to worry. That's it. Don't lose your composure. Very good. Points to Ravenclaw. But there's certainly no sport in playing without some friendly competition. Miss Onai, would you care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on up. You'll be the blues, just as before, and Miss Onai, you are playing red. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Watch this. There we go.
Accio.
Splendid!
Let us see this. That is how it's done. Brilliant! Here we go! Phew.
Accio.
Excellent control there. Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall we?
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
I'll say.
Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it. This round settles it all.
Be sharp. There we go.
Accio.
Happens to the best of us.
What's this?
Accio.
Here we go. Phew.
Accio.
Ouch! Well played.
Very good, both of you. Well done. Class is dismissed. Gather your things on the way out.
Well done back there. You took the loss in stride. Didn't want to go too easy on you. Took me weeks to become proficient with Accio. Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
That's good to hear. It's a lot to take in all at once.
To put it lightly, I remember how I felt when I first arrived. I transferred here from Ouagadougou just before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach divination here. Before I knew it, we had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
Is Ouagadougou much bigger than Hogwarts?
Ouagadougou School of Magic is the largest wizarding school in the world. So yes, bigger than Hogwarts. But it never seemed intimidating or overwhelming to me. It always felt like home.
Is Ouagadougou a castle, like Hogwarts?
Its address is Mountains of the Moon. It is not so much a castle as a beautiful edifice carved out of the mountainside. I remember the first time I saw it, the mist was so thick I could hardly make out anything at all. And then it just materialized before me, this enormous school that seemed to be floating in midair.
This may seem an odd question, but is magic the same there as it is here?
Mostly, yes. But I did have to learn how to use a wand when I arrived here. Hardly anyone at Ouagadougou uses one.
You can cast spells without a wand?
Oh, yes. I find wandless magic to be much more instinctive. Not to mention quite convenient if one is without their wand. I must admit, however, that I am growing quite fond of using a wand. It seems very dramatic.
It's nice to learn about another wizarding school.
Thank you for asking. I do miss Ouagadougou, but I am glad to be here at Hogwarts. Ah, I think Professor Ronan wants to talk to you. Better not keep him waiting. Until next time.
Of course, you can use Accio on humans, if you're so inclined.
Well, you'd be using it on clothing, to be precise, Sebastian. You know it won't work on humans.
Professor Ronan reminds me of my grandfather. Loads of wisdom, but a bit mad.
A word, if you would.
After my brother learned the summoning charm, it was constant Accio this, Accio that, cutlery flying everywhere. Quite unsafe, really.
You wanted to speak with me, Professor?
I did. I trust your first charms lesson lived up to expectation?
Well, an outdoor competition wasn't exactly the lesson I was expecting, sir.
What charm is there in the expected? Miss Onai is a talented witch. Take it in stride. One often gains the most from the battles one has lost.
Of course, Professor. It was a challenging match.
Miss Onai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that your professors give you instruction outside of the ordinary curriculum. Expect to hear from me soon regarding a special assignment that I am preparing for you.
Revelio.
Hello. How was your first day coming along?
Hello, Samantha. Nice to see you again.
I wondered how your first day was going. You certainly seem to hold your own in charms.
I've been fortunate. Beginner's luck.
My brother William would tell you not to be so humble and to trust your abilities. Then again, he tends to be overconfident in his. Well, better see to my charms homework. I'm afraid I can't count on beginner's luck to impress Professor Ronan. Albie Weeks has been experimenting with new broom models for a while now.
I think Madame Kagawa's brother is a professional Quidditch player. Wish I could meet him.
Oh, I don't like how flying messes up my hair.
If you lean forward on your broom just right, you can get an incredible burst of speed.
One boy fell off his broom during my flying class. Good thing Kagawa was there to catch him. She's very good at arresting momentum.
Life seems rather dull in the hamlets around here. I'd much rather live in a big city like London.
handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
What about the room, Professor?
I was thinking the same thing, Deke. Perhaps you could help.
Oh, excuse, Deke.
Ah, there you are. I trust your first classes went well?
They did, Professor.
I heard as much from Professors Hecat and Ronan. Seems Professor Fig taught you quite a bit during your brief detour near... what was it you said? Some ruins? I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me. Isn't there?
Have you and Professor Fig not discussed my training?
He continues to be reticent about the details, mentioning only a few spells. Revelio, was it? And Lumos?
That's correct, Professor.
I see. Like trying to get a sonnet from a streeler. Regardless, you must continue to build upon what you've learned. In that regard, I've asked your professors to help hasten your progress with some extra assignments.
Professor Ronan did mention something about that.
In fact, Professor Ronan will meet you outside momentarily to assign your first one. Now, regarding the trip to Hogsmeade I mentioned earlier, we've arranged to replace the supplies lost on your way here, including seeds, potion recipes, and spellcrafts.
Thank you, Professor.
And Mr. Ollivander will connect you with the perfect wand. You've managed your classes well with a borrowed wand, but you'll find the magic you cast with your own wand to be far superior.
Can you tell me more about the potions shop, Professor?
J. Pippin's Potions stocks a wide array of potions ingredients, although they rarely sell recipes. Professor Sharp asked that they have a couple of particular recipes on hand for you.
I've never heard of a spellcraft before, Professor. What is it?
A spellcraft is a recipe of sorts used when conjuring objects. I shall explain more about them when you begin working with transfiguration magic.
There's an Ollivander's in Hogsmeade.
There is. Most people are familiar with the shop in Diagon Alley. We're fortunate to have someone like him nearby. Mr. Ollivander is a genuine craftsman and highly skilled wand maker. I would trust no one else to pair me with a wand.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Very well. I'd like you to make your first visit to the village with a classmate. Help you get your bearings. Perhaps Sebastian Sallow or Natsai Onai. I've noticed you spending time with them.
I'd like to go with Natty.
Excellent choice. Miss Onai is one of our most talented students. And she knows the area. She'll keep you well clear of any of Victor Rookwood's undesirables en route.
Rookwood?
A rather unsavory local. Best to avoid him and his associates, including his right hand of sorts, Theophilus Harlow, if you can. Once you've finished Professor Ronan's assignment, your friend will meet you at the castle doors. No time to waste. The sooner you complete your work, the sooner you can enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks.
Revelio.
I adore getting owls from back home. My father sends me one almost every week.
There are some impressive...
Ah, there you are.
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor.
Indeed I do, and an exceedingly useful one at that. The mending charm, Reparo. Fixes things right up, makes a broken object good as new in the blink of an eye.
It seems as if that might come in handy.
More frequently than one would imagine. As Professor Weasley mentioned, I am not the only one who will be teaching you spells outside of class in an effort to catch you up with your peers. A number of your professors have agreed to do so as well, but first, each shall ask that you complete a few preliminary tasks to hone your magic. I have arranged some for today. See them through and then report back to me. We will have you casting Reparo in no time.
Why must I first complete tasks to learn Reparo?
No lesson or lecture can compare to first-hand experience, and these tasks should provide you with just that. Such experience is invaluable when mastering any new bit of magic.
I'll start on the task right away, Professor. Revelio. This is the right area. I wonder where the flying page is.
Revelio. Levioso.
Got it. The flying page must be around here somewhere. Brilliant.
I trust the preliminary tasks weren't too much trouble.
I completed the assignments, Professor.
Marvelous. You clearly know your way around basic charms. Let us give the old mending charm a try then, shall we? Remember to be deliberate in your enunciation and movements. I want to see some vigor. Now, wand at the ready.
Yes, sir.
Remember, your wand is a conduit of your magic. That's it! Very good. If you would like to practice mending something, have a go with that broken statue in the alcove by the water. It allegedly symbolized heartbreak. Perhaps a jilted lover thought it too accurate and lashed out.
Reparo.
Nicely done. Works like a charm, doesn't it?
Anyone in the wizarding world could outdo the best a muggle has to offer any day.
People who boast are insecure. That's what my mother told me, and she knows everything. At least that's what she told me.
I don't think it's anything special if your family works at the ministry. Makes them a boring lot if you ask me.
She's always showing off about her puff-skiing grooming. Fur like silk. What shine? Ugh, I could be sick.
Well, I had a friend who once went to a muggle doctor. It's the truth. She'd fallen over in Piccadilly Circus visiting a relative.
The food that appears in the Great Hall isn't conjured. The house elves make it.
I tried transforming a rabbit into a dinner plate the other day. Ended up with a platter that had long ears. Disaster.
I don't understand why people go on about banishment being difficult. It's only one incantation. Evanesco. There, that's it.
Transfiguration's far too difficult for me. Much prefer potions. I like to have a recipe to follow.
I thought potions required precision, but transfiguration makes potions seem easy. Quite puts it to shame if you ask me.
Why does the Ministry require animagi to register themselves? Seems most intrusive to me.
I think transfiguration is the hardest subject. It requires such precision and concentration. One wrong move and you've got a grouse instead of a mouse.
Have you been in any other common rooms? I'd love to know what it's like to be in another house, just for a day.
I wonder how many secret passages Hogwarts actually has. I stumbled on one the other day. Couldn't find my way out for hours. Missed my favorite meal I did. Kidney pie.
Have you ever been to the kitchens? I hear it's run by house elves.
I'd wager Ravenclaw Tower has some of the best views in the castle. Someone saw a hippogriff fly right past the window once.
The portraits in the castle don't always have something interesting to say, but many of them do chatter on nonetheless.
Where do the professors sleep? Surely they don't share a common room like the students.
Revelio.
Hello, looking for me?
Don't get the password wrong is all I can say.
Every time I'm there, everyone falls asleep. I don't think that's what a common room is for.
Ugh, I can't wait to have a nap in front of the fire in the common room later. After Sharp's last class, I've earned it.
While I remember, don't forget to give me that book on ancient runes. Or in case I don't see you...
But it's always so noisy in the common room, and then I can't concentrate, so I end up just talking to everyone and nothing gets done.
I try to imagine the great witches and wizards of the past who once sat in the same chairs as we now get to sit in the common room. Most inspiring.
I'd much prefer it if everyone could simply use all of the common rooms. I'm not a fan of mine, and frankly I find the decor quite depressing.
Nothing worse than students practicing jinxes on each other in the common room. Can't take a step for fear of having your legs turn to jelly.
Made the mistake of leaving my potions homework in the common room. I'm convinced Peeves absconded with it.
My older sister came here. Said she carved her initials into the fireplace of our common room. But I think she made it up. I tried to hide a puffskein once, in the corner of the common room.
I wonder how many secret passages Hogwarts actually has. I stumbled...
Revelio.
Couldn't find my way out for hours. Meal I did. Kidney pie.
Proper peep at the prefect's bathroom last year.
Revelio. Natty, I hope I haven't kept you waiting long.
Not at all. Professor Weasley tells me that you need to go to Hogsmeade. You must be eager to have your own things again. And to see the village.
I've been looking forward to it.
Good. Shall we set off? I intend to give you a first-rate Hogsmeade experience. I was glad Professor Weasley asked me to accompany you.
Really?
Yes, I had planned to extend an invitation to you myself. I thought you might enjoy a butterbeer in the village. The timing of Professor Weasley's owl was perfect.
I'd never have a heartbroken
I cannot tell you how nice it is to breathe fresh air after being cooped up in ancient rooms. Grave mistake to take it as an elective class, believe me.
I believe you.
Though I suppose you would not really call it elective when your mother was the one who elected that you take it. Hogsmeade is beautiful this time of year. Everyone will tell you to visit at Christmas. But that's one of the few times of year I would rather be indoors.
Not much for the cold, are you?
Oh, I do not mind the cold so much, but it has taken some getting used to. I did not grow up around snow. Oh, wait, over here. I often spot lacewing flies in this area.
Oh? What's so special about them?
They are interesting to look at, but if you stew them, you can also use them in potion making. Look, from the Forbidden Forest. Hippogriffs. I wonder if something startled them. I heard rumors that hippogriffs had been spotted nearby.
Do you think Poppy's already seen the hippogriffs?
Absolutely.
Likely already named them too.
That's the Forbidden Forest on the left. It's off limits to students, as the name implies.
Why is it off limits?
The professors claim it is too dangerous. I think that calling it forbidden only makes it more alluring. Ah, there's Hogsmeade over the crest, past that ruin. I would spend all of my time exploring if I could.
I confess I was surprised when Professor Weasley mentioned that you knew the area, since you're relatively new here.
She said that? She knows more about me than I had thought. I will say, while I certainly learn a great deal in class, much can be gleaned outside of the castle walls.
I took my copy of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi to Herbology and I left it in the greenhouse by the mandrake seedlings. Sharp was horrified I didn't have it for his class. Said I need to get my priorities straight.
How are you settling in? I remember the weeks that followed my arrival feeling quite strange. Everything was so new and unfamiliar.
I'm getting used to things. What about you? Do you finally feel settled?
I still miss my homeland, but it is beautiful here too. And getting out of the castle and exploring helped me to adjust quite a bit. Hogwarts has become something of a home now, I would say. Hopefully it will for you too.
Thomas Brown knows more about books than anyone. Well, perhaps not Madame Scribner, but anyone else, I'd say. I'd like to shop in the hamlet. I'm too afraid to venture out alone with all that's going on. Life seems rather dull in the hamlets around here. I'd much rather live in a big city like London.
Mr. Moon! He is the Hogwarts caretaker. Looks a bit worse for wear. Hello, Mr. Moon. Have you met our new fifth year?
Pleasure. You might want to turn back, Miss Onai. Turn and run.
Is everything all right, sir?
Oh, it looked right at me. Eyes big as saucers.
What did Mr. Moon?
Jemmy guys. Ugly and airy and terrifying. I shall be at the castle where it's safe. Good luck to both of you.
Poor Mr. Moon. A demiguise. I think he had too much fun in the village. I will say that I have never seen him in such a state. Nearly there. There is much to see outside of the castle walls, not just Hogsmeade. I am happy to explore whenever you'd like. Rumors being what they are about goblins and such, it might be nice to have a friend with you.
I'll keep that in mind, Natty. Thank you. Revelio. Accio.
And here we are. It is hard to know where to start. The Three Broomsticks is the place for butterbeer. And you can get any sweet you can imagine at Honeydukes. I could not choose a favorite shop here. It changes with every visit. I can tell you that you are certain to find everything you need in Hogsmeade.
Expelliarmus can disarm a dark wizard, no doubt. But then what? Fleeing? I'm simply saying I thought the display a little drab.
Oh, I wouldn't say drab. There's only so much colour one can bring to an assembly of cauldrons, isn't there?
Precisely. Which is why I mentioned in passing that his shopfront wasn't entirely enticing.
I'm not sure how one makes a shop of cauldrons enticing. Seems the issue lies more with your expectations.
My expectations? I have no expectations of Ceridwen's cauldrons other than they look mildly appealing.
My point exactly. You're seeking some sort of excitement from a collection of cast iron pots.
I'm merely suggesting that perhaps the shopkeeper might spend a little time in dressing up their presentation.
Oh? And what might you suggest?
Well, at least place a bit more foliage about them.
Foliage? The man's selling cauldrons, not herbology specimens.
Wouldn't hurt him to have a few sprigs of aconite about the place, don't you think?
But then you'd have people asking the poor man how much for his sprigs of aconite.
Oh, I'm sure people have more brains than that.
I think you're overestimating our youth of today. Why does this bother you so much? Do you even go into his shop?
Oh, yes. I go in all the time. Lovely rapport with the owner. Very friendly man.
Oh. Perhaps we'll pop into Steeples, shall we? Have a spot of tea.
Oh, no. I'm not in the mood for it. Her shop's far too cluttered. Wingardium Leviosa makes light work, I always say.
Just because you know Lumos doesn't mean you can't get lost.
Not a day goes by I don't use something I didn't learn at Hogwarts. I'd rather scrape cauldrons than work with muggles.
She'll be hearing back soon about the position that opened up at the Ministry. Sent my letter of inquiry last Monday.
Oh, I'm working. Working on not working.
The Ministry's good work if you can get it.
Never trust a man who looks too smart. That's what my mother always said.
Chores aren't so bad. I don't mind the odd one without magic.
Expelliarmus can disarm a dark wizard, no doubt. But then what? Fleeing?
Flipendo might seem like harmless fun, but not when you've just had your hair done by Calliope Snelling. One never knows when society will be thrown into the midst of unrest.
Anyone casting unforgivable words should be tossed into Azkaban, and I dare anyone to argue it.
Find myself scurrying home at night these days. Can't be too careful.
Oh, that's what the authorities are for, they say. Oh, try finding one.
My father always taught me to keep my wand at the ready. Mind you, he was never the same after he was attacked by a foe. Historically speaking, there's never been a team like this year's Cannons.
Morgan Le Fay has an unearned reputation, if you ask me.
I don't know that sentiment, but there hasn't been a dragon in history worth losing a hair over.
Muggles have made life hard for us since the dawn of time.
Pushing a plough is good, honest work, but I shall leave it to the Muggles.
Wonder how I get on working as a referee for professional Quidditch matches. It's in my blood, you know. My mother's family comes from just outside Quidditch.
How is standing behind a till counting knuts and sickles considered work?
The Minister for Magic didn't get where he is by sitting on his hands.
Oh, I have a terrible curse where I can't lift tools or do work of any kind.
I'd rather scrape cauldrons than work with muggles.
She'll be hearing back soon about the position that opened up at the Ministry.
Oh, I'm working. Working on not working.
I wouldn't bother yourself about that.
Professor Weasley said that you need to get potion recipes, spellcrafts, some seeds, and...
A new wand.
Of course! You will enjoy Mr. Ollivander, and I am keen to see what you will do with a wand of your own. You should be able to collect everything you need and still have time to explore a little as well. Experience Hogsmeade at your own pace. We can meet up in the town circle when you are finished. Enjoy yourself. I will see you soon.